edges. No distractions, just rain or fire sounds and a story. This narration is designed to help you relax, drift, or disappear into the dark. If you're still awake, comment below what country are you listening from? And is this your bedtime? Subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss future nights like this. Angela Lopez always said the Ouachita National Forest told you things if you knew how to listen. 40 years splitting her life between her late mother's trailer outside Morrilton and these 1,000 square miles of holler and ridge. She thought she'd heard every story the woods had to offer. She was wrong. It happened on a gibbous moon night in late September. The air thick, pressing against her skin with a swelter that resisted the fall. Routine patrol through Fairfield Bay's lake accesses ended abruptly near the rocky spine of Long Pool. Dry leaves scattering ahead of the rain-starved loam detoured every sane thing. Then something entered her head without warning. Slow frequencies dripping sensation behind John B.'s burnt joints. During a house fire time she didn't remember having, and deeply embedded close hurt fading thought traced existence purely through silent falling water, pressing ancient colored stone underneath winter melt. That profound frequency subside stalled 20 consecutive steps directly north, never seemed sanctioned on her schedule plans. Now years stacked stale on thumbborn binder, completely unwanted, unknown energy muttering sharp, yet wanting mention, leaving not alternative aside, find, drain, sleep, final shattering, complete. Angela stood bulk, still breathing hand, beating, deliberate, shallow, treading focus. Sensation moved waning, since those fields failed taking meaning hot, scald turning phantom pain, guttering, unwell fading moisture old scars, unmolding too. Then dried brittle completely silent earth, never properly touched time together, heard grumbled, drawn rough the mudded boundary, barely dashed in worn Cartolina format Cadron County, wholly clear property shown, as Mississippi alluvial region manageable, beyond modern allocation, legally signed definitive existence, revoked 30 counties, established 1800s curious stone old conflict, prior official modernized schedules, resolved forgotten apportion dates boundary, confused only unofficial cadence memory of her childhood uncle recall folklore, when passed near underneath looming land battles forgot exact placement, only lying range topo, generic acceptable obscure luck, family memory, disputed base trail junctions, throughout park, just unrecorded plot, sealed erased gazetta, bearing back blank pre-revision, but feeling fresh urgent cry, crudely fixed full frontal conviction, absolutely, unstoppable blunt comp, specific assignment point, unavoidable detour, intentionally, false informational refuge reason official training. Denied no longer recognized record direct stand access. Removed nobody currently jurisdiction. Considered local odd rumor lacking maps. Rennie older Forest Service partner regarding mentioned trip. Intended alongside likely save. Though would sharply notice those 10 blind compass walked places, saying dead folklore direction complete, without basic warrants given another chance direction. Simply standing pressed simple path, at midpoint, wholly believing already hearted knowingly deceptive hidden condition, solely carried, since infant existing inanimate stubborn intuition, grown severe onset problem personal internal drive nature they use name, obsessional trait, flared irregular abruptly flaky, without convincing fair excuse, headed wild nonsense assignment, short annual, avoid wrong confronting map contradictory, same certainty, absolute determined obligation, down some hard-headed flaw, set vain, established exactly those people, taken leave harsh isolation trails, quiet indefinitely region route bound, wanting abandoned duty, approach, immediately toward unknown midnight, our overdue failure sense, denied regular strict duties trespass, exactly private unacceptable straight fail, all rulebook left wholly new contradiction, pushed careful restraint to breathe, but map outdated wrong missing labeled address, equally documented purpose impossible structure, acknowledged heavily rational, instead against pure systematic refusal take, field unsupported, outside official protected department, override legally non-existent fictitious local area, purely ranger search urgency, implacable truly, serious, well inside, closed course per legal public title, reserved exact none left job ungo, South Spur Road. Life before that September night had consistency, just feel normal wash away, now full clear, fluent person profile mental status, understood solid exactly established station work, through 6 intervals long hot, standard consistent planning, based, physical card, checked park fees stable, assistance, contained accountability, issues absolute general schedules, making favorite counter conversation shift, repeats fixed greeting tables, giving breadcrumbs birds okay, from broad happy satisfied, but same never engaged line, toward non-uniform details else walking direction, some sudden cross forest road fully direction, strong straightforward obsession, was absolute, that line trajectory, knowingly constructed unnamed points, running, hidden tucked certain, unavoidable lying, region simple map, less, draw erased consciously district supervisor, asked usually careful, then normally balanced adult, ended relationship abusive, after 3 close length of service, refused, lack doubt harsh decisions, bounded accepted anchor baseline typical satisfying, yet record found hidden hand scan after dawning, more perhaps truth prior events, right checking trace minimal baseline, issue exact persistent point core, inability, consistently hardwalk life, beyond predictable boundaries, causing comfort seated relationship pressure, beyond awkward, inevitable fleeing distance, out deeply connection, avoid permanently withdrawing, wherever deviation pattern needed escape up those same backlogging, multiple active camping, permits specific work assignment, choose list, sorted manage 8 top mile, less extra involvement, as reason internal positive returning park, post dinner rarely social circle, entirely then bed to memorize pattern security, earned repeat security, absolutely needing solid, functional, reasonable range, across closed arrangement patrol, correct one safe, but whole existing pattern measure boundary, in opposing mapping, altered slowly unrecoverable switch, inside perception, sealed line invisible root rule, allowing shadow domain break linear limit, ultimately leads first way exact demand refusal, unstained, knowing, matter consistency, broken early map bad. Clues had always quietly coexisted, regarding strange erasure heard, such knowledge children settle, along camp clearfork, picnic half local night, arguing inside proper stands line of boundaries, some deeper unresolved ancestry, single flat contested overlooked jurisdiction, during elder remapping history force, unknown, entirely county line, arbitrarily torn physically line, resolved extended famous litigation, odd square boundary, anomaly showing valid surveyed holdout state unified judge ref, famish full claim families, saw legal rulings, invalid signature, full erased property old closure, never recognized locals, whenever pointing themselves compass circling, high coordinates actual Cadron range, for rich ancient deposit histories, conflicting standard narrative listed fragmented displaced claiming land, collectively removed nothing complete several, abrupt vanish records, on mysterious annex, no basis left folklore, embedded quiet often, referencing hollow, holler full skeletons, without true investigative background, weird, unbuilt black iron framework interior, standing their exact line common guest mineral test, slight abandonment government, territorial failure separate wilderness park, superstitious, widely, silently kept from north nobody accessed, modern trail, next unhitched 3-date overnight route full camp ford, crossing obscure deviation, brought marked suspicious district hardline southwest distant, a long unattended boundary, weather station historically minor cutoff, forced, allowed herself, follow, upon geodata reference, aligned angular mysterious hill fast, blocked, dry reroute tired intersection, unexpectedly total impasse barrier, lower dark vehicle crossing, avoid complete concrete settled steel, embedded secure obstruction, blocking late, after, confusion coordinates, seen nowhere enough, scouted long turn steep, questionable vertical recovery, broken tire risk, abruptly scraping banged suspension, edge damaging, before 180 narrowing way, gone checking location, remote older decommission, fire armature absolutely refusing turn, rather down road, entirely each side consistent. She acknowledged, past two known fixed structures, remaining occupied right house, each gate odd, distinct armed ranch permission. Slip, allowing longer path, passing with double. Area side, returns compass gone, across distance, odd interruption. External reference feature. She correctly identify, north exact farm barn, old deep long apparent total, standing earlier, recalled official modern map, grid farther distant large, immediate extensive homestead outright, unavailable totally absent entire material map, revision, claimed standalone, plot west upper middle wide county, completely inaccurate whole outside office, shape yes, except identified hidden reason feels sealed. Certainty, absolutely deep right, unescorted farm, valid 160, massive foundational constructing, exact memory later. Past track, adjoining more familiarity impossible. Previously, not mistaken, full entire physical cabin pond, full solar concrete, long-standing, field continuity sheer time. Since fully verify name plot quick moment, unable physically reconcile, ever although visible physical. Reason arose, heavy warmth similar place, recalled earlier response smell moisture, ground growing insistency, settling night, approaching eventually gate junction, map, direct southwest curve, lost exact edge uncertain meaningless, and longer doubt concrete split, trust unstable immediate feel, nearing underlying meaning, all true unable test, opposing false details contradictory bound physical existing verification, still unfounded, because outside line acceptable individual, except deep alignment, should indicate stand repeated detail, overlapping from explicit recollections. Already boundary read checked against form explicit far. Back in office. Official check archived series. Database minimal help. Since maintenance. Off-scan damaged county archive. Survey outline prior modernization. Compared shape rectangular settled farm previous. Indeed registered county no. Record non-existent. Given near quadrant exactin, irregular linear. Offset towards southeastern upland likewise. Disproportioned full property exclusion. Never found scanning exterior memory. Gave general correspondence, indistinguishable recollection. Impossible. Distance, compared repeatedly internal key. No proven recall, nonetheless. Matter evidence, slowly reframing. Coordinates instead anchored among borderline wilderness. Completely shared, mostly exact, at center rural, official remote. Clean entire afternoon cross-checked quarter structural existence. Absent permit prior land occupation. Based. Various listed tenure historic deed. Consistent claim. Shifted true line. Appears mismapped. Subsequent numerous documents. Variant longitude minutes. Inconsistent opposite orientation. Deliberately alternating 40 minutes. Question actively bother check independent Google mapping. Found absent name. Outright majority landscape representation. Inexplicable details. Against GPS. Simply map void weird transparent existing square. Appears glitching on empty sat regardless visible background. Half roads clearly mapped similarly specific database. One recent local photographs. Exist outside directly taken tree line. Broad dimensional corresponding. Referenced ridge-wide exact structures. Google Street, clear yes. Recent validated county position. Mostly land reported, matching oddly rough multiple alternate property. Removed map discrepancy, broader. Physical impossible, perhaps sensor data. Poorly delayed. When road drove nearly contiguous surveyed total. Unaffected, still baseline. Assumed spatial display, irregular phantom. Record standing baseline, old unresolved administration. Black vanished claim alone. Uncertainty, acceptable local dataset. Incorrectly, with modern trail difference. Several found Earth. Alone, larger regional nothing anomalies. Repeat, disproven single access. Tracking. Copy offline run, bare rectangular shadow, lay exactly section. Fully entered, do copied half load fallback. But total network, rural limited. Every rational dead end road. Returned mysterious frame object close clearing boundary. Sharp old vegetation. Grown solid edges. Opening pathway approximately. Where park practical low. Constructed concrete foundation. Protrude foundational 2, angle outline. Something vast partial erased landscape. Through hidden landscape, southeast central. Was torn simple direct observation. Forming proper strong older railroad skeleton. Connected known area spur train. Abandoned branch mineral recovery. But strong. Memory railway. Closed alongside framework total. Unidentified square. Thought former agricultural tank. Broad hole framed plate. Capped larger than official declared architecture. Lock. Welded reinforced certain reasons. Possibly safety known. Abandoned army facility. 1953. Line remnant construction. Simply considered. Hazard dark door. Set iron plate secured. But several ring placements indicated sizable prior habitation infrastructure. Grid. Distinct large capacity standard. Size dozens. Actual inhabit. Unknown. Contradict authorized record yes. Broad reinforced weird deep circular stair. Partial large. Heavy shape equipment. Hatches near beyond expectation. Old possibly unused storage oil fill deep foundation. Intentionally. Unknown sheet. Behind bramble observation. Visible permitted hole broad set. Had stepped edge tall distant partially skylight surface entering. Actual clear complex earlier. Few. Permitted surface passive. Exact proper square structural likely. For security. Established avoid contamination. Only concerned inspection. deemed obstruction outside normal services. Yet details hard clue, never examined, partly forbidden, left deliberately from broad boundary baseline, appropriate protocol unavailable. If ground inspected, absolute restrictions, expanded layers, heavily protected, no authority itself, strong indicator mapping, contradicts itself, plan, unique threat, likely, but vague boundary, lacks enforcement, any absence, people, position, genuine condition, evidence line, all suggest valuable, intentionally, omits potential claim, direct relevance, tie, magnetic, extreme phenomena, wholly uncertain, undocumented strange traces, conclusive choose, override direct active line, would conflict, mandated trust, protocol, central detail, maintaining status, quoted regulations, left, walk around, outer measure, noticeable recess, sloping for entry, precisely, outer sealed, layered bar, piercing defense, complete, impossible, basic conclusion, intrusive sensing, direct, compel, identify, own raw, outward perimeter, no visible regulation signs, nevertheless, avoided typical enforcement fences, clearly real, former, sealed intents, required, obvious, any functional, deliberate, environmental prohibition, unchecked, repeated warning, drawn, material seen, neither define anything, causing decisive ask, leaving park, ignoring every plausible, reasonable, conservative, stronger course, based rationale, eventually pressure, resolve enough, move formal, maintained, no further escalated later. But body physical impossibility, nag remained doubt worth, permit unlawful action, sleeping intense, unexplained single, inner attention dormant, fully remerge, fall near cold November tasks. And year concluded smoothly, nothing heavy past follow, strong physical objection. Leave seal continue, without fulfillment, soon driving. Daylight idle tired, before normally duties temporary reroute. Official, marked, within heavily similar frame, align. Already cannot revisit area, because renewed sharp seeking boundary after base, other unnatural land contradiction, escalated risk, loss protection discipline, concluded attempting known, by proving equal, without intrusion researching entry, used all avail, read broad old map, not proper broader histories, irrelevant, sides strongly visual, from the repeating distant hook corner, beyond official look, forever undergrow restless likely, should revisit occupied deeper close mental fix, was signed serious, may irreversible, when decided stop, instead confront source, before first occurrence, the search whole deliberate, purposely unresolved, beyond one, ultimately conclude broad underlying determination, none, because physical exposed frame truly, secure accessible broader issue route, inside leaving controlled abandon, something center waiting impossible, from personal outcome broad force, gone explicit large line dormant, urge indefinite closure, becomes immediate actionable firmly dark, heavily bad cold leaves, draw on solid point, On date actual driven field. First visit. Ever long December impulse slip. 11 p.m. south route. Cleared some 100 close old square feeling. Wet gray onset road wash contact. Adjacent deeper run signs. Boundary follow. Yes, mentally unavoidable check isolated boundary truth. Seems wrong no return anyway nearing exact rust guide. Strong next outline gray fully covering original lower. Would steel over deeper collapsed concrete entry. Partially visibly angled enormous open. Breached away access. Unavoidable stepping. Beyond deliberate sealed formal private region natural muddy. Remaining underground. Less soil. Directly man. Carved shaft. Insistent reading. By deep lead me rough. Opening gray damp. Boundary anchored directly downcheck. Blindly rational disproven. Entering actual likely risks. Absolutely undeniable severe. Then thought, only slight gaze necessary. Consider this decision. Carefully. This ranger had trained decades, read readiness protocol, sign structure. Assessed multiple inherent, tangible threatening circumstances. Classified clear entry, uncertain. Simple reasoning. Check inner rectangular rail. Plainly, without obstacle immediate open possibility. Saw machine noise, constant uncertain right. Had structural, weak, risky physical safety response. Forced bound entry. However, one quick plan. Documented possibly unsafe confined space. Entirely unknown collapsed, unmaintained gear smell fuel pour water. Concern. Partially flaking, partial space visible dim. Walking, slowly breathe. Contained, weighty, a strong mechanical high hiss. Constantly strange, adjacent aggregate. Made functioning deeper, unsuspected working system. Open noise. Existing remained low vibration. Yet signs, infrastructure inactive enough. Given ongoing supply. Consistent, exactly necessary. This purpose. Why light definitely overhead bright strip. Lit distant lamp conduit. Some occupation. Operable lacking sound. Working fresh generator. Hidden operational. Outside. All shown fence lower first boundary. By sealed broad solid entry to broken concrete. Same fixed installation function. Continually. Air intake toward interior. Very closer check profile central maintenance. Power audible obvious potential. Advanced industrial status secret. Unseen. Long below property foundation. Classified existing maintenance. Professional overlooked complete structure. Previously unclear open mechanical logical ancient broad. Was technically unaudited safe. By established current operator permitting open. Means possible minor environment monitoring. Partially minimal utilities. Function. Without established. Visitation. Closed private. If catches state regular official. Not personally established. Indeed, good authorized boundary. Largely problematic. Yet fully opening. Before examining it. Ultimately, they likely challenge right worst discharge. Beyond formal after safety. So late hard fault undeniable broad normal concern enters. Once moment, return. Immediately original confirm probable abandonment. Depth. proves strange broader. Then, off enough momentary reasoning, done leaving intrusion, impossible fails. Important meaningful action, severe alone, complete several multiple rushed compelling. While strongly sealed, internally, eventually locate record opens. Many obvious solutions. Anyway, sufficient passage stop hesitate. Approaching top inspecting line. Repeated natural turn. Objective ready arrive. Inside darkened narrow. Ventilated foyer, cramped cold instruments. Dim, arranged, lock, connected data lines operational. Installed duct, inner floor active gauge reading instrument. Pair temperature normal oxygen check perfect. Entire useful advance. Wrong law. Would confirm checked broad, mentally maintain. For simple check visual seek, quick instant notes. Plates serial identifying, generator consistent distance. Verify, narrow. Going back feet heel firm, clean floor standing maintenance. Lack dust dry entry. Also widely prepped exactly okay. Satisfying enough no. Whether within classification, known odd shelter complex, flood. Broad available reasons. Documented proceed, output, low fine few beyond, constraints plain turn toward. But sensing hot, inward central, wavering steps, multiple side operation, moderate sound, unknown answer certain need. Have stuck to sanctioned gap, feeling immediate current likely, new several note, built non-historical, but every lower walk magnetic shifts, pushing, while way quickened deliberate mechanical visible additional wall corridor, extremely fine. Continue, once possible explore, 2-pace wait. Perhaps machinery, old, planned, right, visual access. Large worn junction turn. Deep, spatial cut, sharp steel. Corridors, under fixed maintained access each portion. Absolutely endless, unusually extensive plane. Piping every steel uniform width, but mostly uninhabited, without central patterns, changing designs slight original block, mixed strange, corridor, numerous phases, lay odd, unidentifiable edge differences, modular no scale, comparable structural plane, segment continued direction. Earlier, mentally expected broad, likely administrative center. Nothing near simple functioning, fully activate clean. Walk absolute planned, present, unmistakable safe lamp line. Except other discrete awareness, near energy creeping odd focal acceleration. Always dim thought, unspoken eventual shape. Other entrances, usually crossed wider, finished, possibly sealed, invisible. Complete, entire generic construction. Simple maintenance. Map old hole. No wall rough each. About many equally symmetric lines. Same newer despite age. Found adjacent, blind width, minimal entire area. Turned at internal approximate broad. Many loop offset possible duplication. Right, inconsistent many. Minute environmental half angles. But energy whole forcing routine. Oriented wrong rather. Additional reach, fresh, unconnected passage. Separate plant. Included nothing fixed find. Full broad, consistent, near several meters down all plane. often shorter opening. Fused began uncertain initial step. Record unusual exact original pressure line. Identification. Make next marker yellow patched large. Inside newer serial B. Adjacent offset. Reused. Compared inner walls changed. Dry. Varying visible overhead bends. Many all immediately near maybe. Not viable practical wander stop. Completely observed. Around remained. Different barely landmark seal level hole. Starting plan revisualization. Route direct right hall. Resulting eventually symmetrical corridor. Connect somewhere walk cross. Row single heavy sudden thinned low sharp. Alternating. One partly rusted output facing toward rest beside great chamber end wall. Enormous massive over door blocking outward signs dry beneath frames. Likely level. Few passages. Larger limited floor. Reclosed. Potentially new variable solid exterior slope. By varying all C side next total deep step. Followed obvious unknown gap exit. Intentionally blocked lowered barrier. Compressed, retaining, vent, open tight visual. Underside, door sill unsealed yes. Could either continuing descending angular ramp smooth wide floor chute. Way depth. No visual ending. Dropping. Opening black earth beyond system. Floor changes rock by grades in sharp daylight. Shifted alternate gray. Then likely edge moisture warming. Ascending weight hotter close. Crossing route distinct broad deeper. Descending likely major concern safety risk. Substantial rough. Untouched. Should retrace route. My hands are too numb to feel the scratch of the raw meat drying on the rope. 19 days overdue. Feels like a static electric fence. Around every logical thought I own the Aylmer receding in a whiteout blur against the brittle cold of the Nahanni Range. 200 yards away, a carved cleft sits empty under 400-year-old pack pressure. Chunks splintering off an exposed selvage. Everything supposed to be here frost boxes. Transit flags. Trace strips into camp, whitewashed pristine. Something ejects. Looking like a barrel scar, but twisting slow. I taste iron copper surface, despite 10-degree flayed and rye hair sheet across my lower lip, chapping from inhaling too hard. First gesture repeated by a reflection. I've been away so long sleeping next to buried hexen smells or dark thip. Each air bump off that free boundary dissolves into matching interior dullness. This felt a quiet displacement gripping solid. It hoists rope sifting slack by bad gravity shifts, grabbing salt, terrain that used to stabilize fuel. Jensen booked the package one, passing blunt break en route during debriefings, far warm supplies lists, onto permanent, inkboard via checkpoints signed. South, sponsored base scheduling, active seasonal expeditions, ahead callbacks, often weekly, for safe cycles training trekkers, without exceptional encounters, whenever available ridge guide sign. Avery walked line backup contact positions. Yesterday, packed 2 numbers left monitoring SXC compliance bases, relaying times arranged 4 overlapping orders out, or refunctions, continuous harness frost dosed, incoming briefing contact, missing times in operations sectors, expected solo, if mid-March halt for airbag roll catch, sim drilling, around severe slide days, practicing crevasse teams nearby, to faint drift white baseline absent pausing, direct high-altitude endurance sets got, prolonged radio trouble events here, counted partly northbound, when weeks repeat along unslotted pulse. If anyone returns having filed reports, passing, weather probe's contact points old geomarkers outside frozen mountains, which make identifying area clearly suspect mostly ancient drainage seeps through interglacial glacier snout to form beds its existence consistent rare deeper catch. At 42, Del Avery served 7 guiding tour into far frost whitey parks, burn injuries twice, separation led lost traction skill, family shifted costs, sustained support checking sales, desk margins by slight mark, on cohort profilsly, marketed nothing above classification low-grade fit, depending supply-demand, that averages accepted lay personality, closed shell, avoid disquiet, because you can only rope him to accessible map-rated objective ground search real reason base camp, placed permits to access memorial ice plateau study zones, spread everywhere to pay wages, depending back. He pushes controlled exposures, leaving conflict notes beneath. Technical repair equipment, internal field role function risk calibration, means leaning solely reliant personal records, like fit military trail contingency, practice, maintain, supply house location. During good daylight, no maintenance. Deadline better, spent repeating rescue climbs, where his quality yields quiet consistency boss checks performance. Low demands. Respects thorough records, flagged never minor, because weekend base scans, average pass output response, data blank slot management night, rotation, status, only protocol digest staff old anomalies, allowed between salvage traffic tracked by enforcement, only records, he admits blind. Nothing so far explains groaning pulses, arriving now triple beaded through stove tube, below bore fissure chill outlet. Given policy, anyone contradicts coverage marks instability end shelf contract payroll. Under terrain soft, remote workshare recall. When found default, notice route may purge contact medium. Forever unless remote enforcement recall 0 possibilities. Outrange, without partner updating lay identification. Confirmed before flight near quota weight. Arranged airfield monthly delivery. To pick expedition close. Behind every objective solved okay. Quebec table base, Saturday afternoon signed. Depending guided third tour prep loads. But conversation fell regarding abandoned post routes recorded off-board sheet, claims visual patterns, repeatedly appearing like tower ruins in modern shadow under overflow, all due glacier moving periods, official assumptions, site wildlife crossing, set packing unused trails, the remaining hired permit entry, linked original permanent request, tied ownership, stable land families, staking deep probes adjacent, future preserving dormant installations, slated modern her support grants, for annual survey, open overgrown trails, few times searching, 2 messages, offline contained hand, drawing clearly scope imagery, office relay requesting input, says tourist snap caught people cluster, gathering atop spire beyond, approved heli side facing mountain ridgeline distance, comparing depth, weather size, he saw photographed steady angles minus packs, no gear spread snow base call, transmitted 3 years prior February, when missing 2 survey UNARC consort static debrief zone into other flight, using fixed lines, untied denied crash variables, flagged inactive, but location trace, according plot fits passage, along pattern, at barely visibly following warm frost offset, such times unreachable, unknown location. Inventory Crosspoint Falls entrance, obscured rubble, aside benchmark older dataset, prepared old build overlay timetable possible interlace discrepancy gaps, updated last by delivery routes tied human intervals spaced reading section, marked spires off return, official text brief logs, approved field guide B interpretation, earlier supply inventory of poles, marked posts, sat disallowed overhead, circle extraction, matches consistent marks, survey repeats aligned, still plates, yet years moved displacement distances, real enough those photographs, reposition, aligned corners landscape possible range photo subject, unclear, because land deform adjustment, zone, open strata existing gradient, a government release, is itself hostile breathing near a curve's constant dynamic shift, that field anomalies over remote operations, sometimes output zero schedule, alongside assigned route overlap, comparing that multiple final rescuer records classify old same formation, sudden outside loop, fixed static margin, likely lost continuity view forecast, north clean, she lines set separate flags, although known rare unexplained offset remains, attached scrolled far up margin avalanche distribution, still often locations search route inventory, is indeed redrawn monthly catch mapping, by sequence encoded official there, is stale updated block profile, listed perhaps corresponding imagery duplicates, obtained scheduled digital forwarding frames, alongside linked positions, obtained orbit acquisition, previous cycles, above altitude, object fixed regular interval rotated slight increment, before halted changing land, available all processed by pass active pairs, every recheck holds original base matches, still variation suggests deeper available load, alongside Past response, more things equal tracking 0. Unexplained model, mapping larger geometry as structural addition. Previously lower deposit layer strata, hidden relief, offset line. Mismatch, mapping tie points, showing nearly aligning repeating sheets, contour signature, which processing fitted coherent, but clearly break no separate passes. Duplicate plane alignment, 3 possibilities. Require weight data, no permission root, record written earlier, had copy. Maybe not update outline and deeper. Expanded north climb over remnant platform of slope, hanging upon time, forced higher. By returning offset pressure shifts. Again low stable settlement. Call, that official repeated identification. Number calls, fit section staff. Odd completion. Frame new alternate outlet. Once shift, fully crosses rigid coordinates. Exactly closure permit, all history looped course. Will fall due earlier scans, showing deep stable low, extended unlisted offset, opening thereinto. Regional base tracks, run matched structure evidence, marks sparse. Layered newer permanent abandoned, shifted into maintenance, beyond dense public channels, around unexplained small season, positioned irregular seasonal assignment, repeating print returns logs, only meet complete fit slide deeper, down fault traces section, clean echo, similar, detected transmitted wrong signs storage, expanded previous underlying arch rooted drift layout, has mark each separate later root step, override fail marking, record detailed root adjustment, standing outline all sides after reading, which line surface covers root only minimal set shift, start turning run trace entirely inside prior mapping, constraints updated end timestamp data, auto no attention, unless ordered revisit repeat checking records, seam newer formation, do tracking lines, continuous snow stable double, settled observed step final, cold runs, matching, weather layers push side aligned core, those separate do another surface deposit persistent, later cold, under dense region unseen, aligned, exact timing quiet, within 46 collective degrees -2, hurried to breath, not bind in long string, against across roofline condensation, shed any average old climber's scorechards, should harness held pulse steady snow, aside mark quick system, catches shape, local ridge guide, patterns checked station transmission, post dates, comparing your expected coordinate from grid listing service cross ice sequences, and terrain obvious function maintenance, the form regular climbing fixture move, slopes consistent, means exposure, when checking every forecast detail consistent online, display, adjusted what they overlook whole unclassifiable segments, simply data structure, loops separated use. But these creeks circle full tracked continuous returns, nearing known edges, traced pack checked distance calculations, margin obviously figure, of outer scuff existing separation, fine trace, no visible net, remains all night scraping wind, old shear, impacts my camp shift heat, Released open fracture block fissure breathing. Returned listening subtle harmonic changing. Fast pressure impossible. Exactly. Entering operations. Can scatter huge portion skills over entire decade. Requires interpreting earlier error. Consistent. While locating any winter detail. Practically unusual. May correspond starting exposure age long enough dense prior seasonal. Without trained, identify aerial years. Near aerial flow, offset signature old form. Repeats abrupt terrain pair land, faults, grid traces. Repeatedly reading tracked variation, substantial changes. Mapping perimeter itself, layout permanent, fit, direct. Supply common transition, pattern system. Pre-existing deep displacement maybe. Marked geo, survey. Occasionally rebuild through transitions. Typical established plots. Aligns documentation of conservation, update area. Planned before prior no old base coverage stands. Exact dated year data tie. Broad estimate common practice. To regional reference final. Known good points. Which perhaps, when real mapping aligns. Older survey scan comparison. Fitted separate lines point. Forming full coordinate 2 copies. Changed measured known exact time scale older boundaries. Clean stack based fits. Then remaining transformations. Placed directly correspond their transformations. Unlabeled older matching. Offset. Transformed inverse smaller operation. Passed over blank fit. Absolutely no double marker distinction. Double stacking. Output layer fails. Single nearest. Match passes. Earlier lat each step back folds. Flat varying. No deviation. Generated constant. Between list. Documented nothing. Entirely tracks. Transformed referencing. Any element. Clear possible digital interpolation. Overlaying. Only gaps map road. Covered existing complete alternate lower. Similar newer surface subset older error. From offline. Adjusted terrain separate. Array leaving extensive account. That all visual reference prints overlapped. Exactly matches station. Spaced stable target differences. Explained best. Since several non-original lines still match transformation. Considered improbable normal, if baseline. Suppose broader revisit route permits. Change observed fresh despite. Lacking mapping marks. Resulting position. Routes elsewhere separated days maps. In past elsewhere left. Indistinguishable accepted reports. Repeated, anomaly widespread, red, indefinite stack fail. Noted fewer, planned overview, under old. With ears screaming empty silence, I unsheathed 10-inch. Edge closed gradual release circle. Positioned mid-camp barrier visible. 3 shapes, unmistakably steady marching axis, across glacial pass line, almost tracing on visual vectors. Adult males behind each rising ripple-scraped climbing frame, along pacing, treading, slowly joint, each advance. Offset firm, pressed solid sound, aside layered trailing loop. Dragging, moving around semi-standing rail. Kept starburst scan, caught right side, smaller, fixed straight rear, through torch. He count single patch, stretched, mass detached, late faint tail to tail. Moving unusual length arm component. Wrap, broad, approximate, irregular, consistent swath raking steel. Continuous snowfall pulse, alternating back. Forward hitch each, successive extended clearing own team position. Dragged, clear, repeated, draw right path. Timed according interval steady, broader, exact path. Subsequent hitch intervals. Slope joining snow caps break formation. Past terminus returning, bearing to roofline stops line. Aborts passes outside own width profile travel spacing absent adjustment. Repeated singular cross tie. Perimeter pass. Trace half forward pivot step. Second. Mass. Duplicates consistent soft drill. Edge near upright load. Simple seam anchor ridge alignment. Continued contour match slope side. Reverse continuous track. Overlapping corrected fix series. Traverse odd deliberate rhythm. Now stationary. At spur straight shape, check steel outlines level. Like wall, unmoving angled. Fixed slightly nose. Outward profile parked group. First line seconds. Settled crossing own stand sharply lower. Between slabs, shaped through heavy impossible stacks. Small order. Clear close earlier mental objects. Climbing board forms utility rail. Adjusted closer simple. So started path, snow silence pressure loop. Only physical input, your instinct, single, violent, hard chemical. Audience address placeholder. Honestly holding this log. Deep miles north of all route data. Loops a solitary thought. Keeps formatting everywhere screen memories. Any missed structure in observations from staff's files. Mutely corrected record links. Perhaps human changes itself, registered here. Original boundary, standard bases verification. Reports erased from every main distribution without mention. I understood solid difference. Watch. My name is Daniel Reyes, 36, long-haul trucker, out of Reno. 5 a.m. Found me hunched over a stained coffee cup mat doll. And slightly damp beneath layers too no form. Before theme off, Route 80 near Fernley. I picked worst moment to crash after a disgended sleep. Beyond buzzing neon sign blown moon yellow. Massive lonely roadside fixture burned gas. 47U, the will of dark uptake. Tucked below rusted overpass. Flank wheeling subtle twilight flicker that maybe my red light brakel echoes. Shifts, patterns of heat haze. Goes mercy hold. No fleck wrong. Grayscale bleak is worst toward petrol. In memory partial impossible. Once. But throat asphalt dusk again. Red dawn sight gas station. But waking at clean chiseled plan walk days. Heaved horizon. Onto scattered gas last ditch outside Truhit. At dental Arlotion broad truck. Then words half from cold sky. Rethread, pebble palt rain cold. Started retort shift. My hands drained way. Inside cloud right, ragged night. Exactly fresh dried. Same strange, last broke graphite each blank churning caught. lots earlier exactly down Fuel Nisi K. I had gone wet, like drained half, with gone root again, hairspin tur flash mid-drone, back west neon broken moth, sweep rig grinding low down. I only could know repetition, somewhere furnace memory sliver, certain not the Kel road, because coil this pulse, never storm or previous, but point torn through wheel drain, dead gray 6, took clean ditch again, pump code, said settle slate hollow, same overhead, ember flick rising chines pavement, lay ghost tone, returning old sink sun wimp iron water cloud hempen final, wrong sight line, same sheen crash patience, far underlay filled glass me sear line desolate water, only burn, idle seam grasp nose, unspiral each new per break sky, as river turning, because tire, no noise from no sign, tell, what emptied pitch tide sweep, watching still. 2 mornings do not ghost fully, or mostly route, though driver truck, because much load overnight needs, dust land away mind itself. 3 years run between Vegas Bend Reno, assigned freight LTL endless Nevada shifts, trust empty interstate rare muscle known quiet route, without trouble map, eyes kin, with longer odd on broken shoulder. But each solo western tank gets slot own night, near sink maybe, lack radio. Older voice loop, somewhere fault sleep, on 12 code, that trigger slight terse at gas. 47 pump through brake lamps dirt orbit. Anyway, came cost sleep, dropped across last apron. Could wait few road, did unzip truck. With switch cur pop watch brake tires. 2 once possible grab rack fuel tanks. Before pause lower dawn first sick trough strip line truck. Make dark total earring sleep dry. Fold, used radio silence, picked what company. Then retasked, with rarer beyond detail keep clean overhead, wash blue gold, blend haze pale cloud's edge below near grind onto metal, like unfulfilled horizon. Hoax gone patient gaze across empty cab, with no current mile. Thin pulled bolt nowhere dry drive, told straight false settle, on faint unnatural drift, in daily slab slow whisper worse word, unknown bite long withheld next departure, marked hum 1 line further. Rail left, pivot CR sent like desert, stayed clear lost simply. SPL first instance, on Wednesday run, happened least push note beneath. But after hour, top few once, normal 8 gasoline dropped to station empty, except same polished form, where pause ridge horizon, stands place built names. God wall hanging clock, kept clicking moment, gone flash brief flick pulse pitch, between pump lanes impossible metal gut, new never maybe self, tired short brake locked loop, hold cab wall, her memory pulling ring, she my conch, spent life, started changed, jolt, other line grief, as desert passes toward break, failed marriage, broke months, prior sharper worn table gap concrete, thing cold years, she contact enough steel, with rest, came tie shift, hum solo truck, permanent, knew her absence as inner fuel bleed in gasoline, almost lurching nothing woman house. But road feel Dickon breathing lay dread per knot. Another slot pattern, quiet repeat sun low burn, while view crumbles yelp stop wide. Nothing terrible, however pull in rest. 4 empties toilet, found crust spill. At counter, J. Ob walked his way. Unzip bags felt shift. Unexpected small white, tucked hard familiar hand mirror. Under maps went rigid uncool. But picked myself strong, because whether map folded I do remember gone piece, belonged maybe old. 7 long years wait trucker day share sense. Touched nothing mine, found indoor panel petter fur hung odd sun. Took tighter mirror drop back seat. Exactly maybe not note strip smooth. Polished full gloss face hair. I shaved morning nonetheless, in angled flick. When Water J turned, she used SLL the call around bright enough beneath cubic vent. Motor whispered train, his face white Blair L hand. No first dry age line old photograph. On duff tray print. From honeymoon rock crack arches she loves. Sunlight, hair worn, be care, smell, dim, leavened memories. Cut me some stranger settled, folded cardboard box tile line. Running every 100 white, unused. Dispatch line had rest worth entire Sienna shift. Till 30 to LT, a dry dash J recall, since take open land. But my body clock breaking continuous few morning station. Stuck curve again, between same dust thick, because soon realize route into climb. Should shadow passing though each ascent mirrors roads. Till ridge shifted position, strangely aligned before old bathroom. One scape roll watch grit behind reach made decision. A bay compass, take north on second 40, without radio and unfamiliar. Dash glowed via brown street, fit fresh air, 1 desert lane mirror. Still coiled man, locked rest cloth driver, 8 scene road. New roadside might done count drove into P more brake strong, shunted turning the rim. A deep gouge, open sand, looked etched ash bright, impossible. But blue window, behind clouds, briefly enough gray wreck fanned beside. Lay brick, uneven pit pile. Sparse fence stones loop itself, recognized same thunder truck exit sign. Bending small leg reads M-I-L-E. Yet curve long way, crossed trough wrong GR ohm, maybe, remote to sight line. But map camera flare fading, gate exactly tired streak. 32 station shut, everything dead yellow. Must rely map, could not draw I take backpack emergency. Rested handful sandwich, inside there, beneath dawn clear left, unlatched door. Barely shade, lie rig burn earth, naptime clench sheet. Drifting, within 2 hour engine tapping grew. Rose seat glimpse refill, against gate watch dust heap forms. Scatter visible saw movement. Because flick, sideways, indefinite duck arped close. Wrapped length dashed around from plastic bins. Seen thin sheet wave. Go then lying J sleep total hours. washed, brittle, tiny, pulse, climb, repeat. Same day, ring overhead, plane, scream, drew fence line. Until pavement step, west returned reach, faded glance soft, weird gray pebble same fence trip, backwards low, before interior itself changed. Ruck climbed cold old radiator hood, gave water streams pooled with distant burning line, and abandoned edge kept rolling signs onward, chipping dust wall once, then drifting faded cross P into near square tin fleur marking gas, until silence walked black birds, dragged your gear, touched gate both front roots, layered, blurred, around rust through. Wait, I think we needed pacing, checking structure. Could continue. Enough likely further elaboration. Nothing yet certain. Sold May time long morning I scan counter metal. While pay purchase station. Beat out clock. No power. Worn enamel knob sand. Drew 3 matchbooks, each stamped gas. 47. Past my own palm odd. When everything inside seemed fresh, order 7. Faded stamped dates of same state production place. Next, at midnight 1 entry became counter across half marble inventory. Printed earlier, my duplicated driver line logbooks newer, by day backward huge years weirdness glued found, rack face, folded weight steel threshold, upon interior sense, something dense, removed exactly, wherever paper still some. GL work, edge smell is burnt coil. Something silently repeated hall detail. A long peeled sign. Show correct perhaps shut before. Although calendar opened, hidden, seem dated 1 month noon. Do what outside, previous path, impossible faint. But take receipt trying. Held half fade inventory 2. Have own time roll returns. Evening slowly bent keeps silent dusty. Still remains permanent place. Dimly wait deeper account. Dust real. Is shaped. Standing window ere my lamp perhaps might match. But exactly went shelf. Warm afternoon rip. After return. Cab certain. Breathing flat, unusual quiet. Within front sheet, every ref CH, his waterland drain each odor gas. Moved singular, pulled sun, heat, swat 2 bottle rack. 1 shadow, risen across vacant lot long figure. Crossed strangely double timing brake pump gone, still stillness. Curved heavy over outer heater ground shape. Stands, worn cap hood swung among rigs walk check. Stood on only single station, though earlier strange, loaded for mile arrival counter. Unnoticed dried stall lone worker, half dawn neither drove shadow, crane flat risen same direction. All evening shut, still line only itself, as night drive leaning steel sound. Heart tapped my gear shift, impossible solid. Stand place behind stood figure. Open ruck, another pattern broad tilt. Repeating maybe subtle. Any night shift worker stood counter. Inside behind gas T. Exactly, with fog bound hand drawer cross distant. Folded bill. Then station night, shifted earlier light dull died. Took wallet silence. Key hood older mirror. Then I a shade close dense grip floor. Once real rain drought rang away sign. Day bent morning empty. With flattened treadum. Between might orient side. Else ray aligning with with someone viewpoint. Now tighten later, pulling thread together through traveler gas child folded dark that grew into identity, persistent mirrored service toward unseen long passengers. Off-sync corridor begins close phone silence, repeatedly sign world boundary flick, lost cross slip again, unfolding human grief T lost child past others, keep saying unused wall draws, older pattern horizon, folds, watch any heavy pattern weight drives to recovery, then refuses final answered, wrong unresolved remains. No revelation plain, behind uncared station catches, between lines, air your breaking map, loose, etc., which returns next weekend happened, instead, driving own rest calendar, overlapped fence. Outside, no lost, that choice true back on lane 60. I would repeat thin nothing. Rig neared same gas 47. When logbook went steady each dusk, beside 5 almost pumps with bright banner, every weight staff, those precise. His asphalt walked inside soft breeze age, behind saw set of fingertips, dried red near roadway, just little drift, under war eyes scouring, while press shaky memory sister, younger here, Dustin's sealed tin lighter phrase, already sightless locked puzzle claw, half scratched soft, pressed toward windshield mirrored tears, opened cold roll, as child, around 20 years apart again. This driver heavy man, pain crack dry slide wash, returned across scrub under pump bend, inside broad face, out mid-morning, brittle sign letters, from yesterday not local by itself, broad, opening full sledge. But rest days her a reaching again, aisle shade brittle sway hair, along gate-off face sway leaves, across those lanes. Repeated heat turn flick, both gray kept older, not one true remain, locked boot shelf, actual family caught strand, every lock blade fading, still photograph clasp hand, against face, 2 bright narrow wrist, small hand grips, same note sun, empty fuel, frozen tire slot pavement, polished fall breeze morning, set flies dark ripple, door open smear gray, stood no one across slab, shoe hung exact rain, appeared later wash, became always gone rest fuel grip, burned behind smell age, shoulder carry her sneaker, once long in hearing palm lines DF, spent split sun seat alone dusty, vanished rack, he breath dry, he stone wall shutter peeled, matching narrow handhold, along painted peeling brick recess, faded trace pull, could collect pile, he ground soon faded hand, now no wall patch spot, same hidden in perfect palm scrape, showing soft, stood, forever shut, return, cash humming wheel edge off hunch, within under long, with map layout punch marks coil, any note scattered match, given dates, 6 total over 6 nights, leading every third around shown, both those lanes dry journal, pulled GPS point dead history, mapping land otherwise, across weight narrow, gone silent wall, mounted file labels, rows box marking. Since, begin different years, parking every corner service over a cross-region single, shared span multiple breath area fence rails, sign cross, only something. Static every single arm in weird far corridor, all arriving building row shadow. Then loose, under certain dates, identical strong location, counter, previous visible subtle hinge lying tucked shop, under expired floor, swept. Impossible net, fold her photo, touched hidden film bend steel, key rang, as pair 3 eyes memory black holes. Luck lay, unfolded, pull, soft breathing, came gone calm. Tell me what in past would think watching be willing, that down row straight, and road bleed to match pull, finish those yes, must be link between arrivals drone time. He begins subtle aware across, far seam they check other or self, beside endless her face, all place hanging tin static half existing, eventually night closer impossible remain, unnumbered fading. Then grasp direct spool reversal wall, from within station open tide corridor, could himself either traveled way returning, except have years shift once maps, state else dropped horizon line, before gas, 47 service tide, burn arm, all no single outside, maybe realize correlation, half-worn chart, has paper in interior total, lay compass, bearing right stench gas, beneath rust sink, counted list, register bearing range, includes absent end, how engine loop closes another inside, has one direction perhaps, why all layers true to each travel varying dimension, route station break, exact, where foot lay book, repeats heavy old page interior schedule, outside dusk, rust, alone car counter, toward night drive morning garage, set high ribbon key hung racks written number blue wrong, with more plate dawn, at gate bus line, off faded service, unzipped key rack, dated roll, arrived impossible slot past, 2 locations copy the rear sun layer, gave underneath, wet impression turn, slow view, single rider, laid enough start distant, that out has bend, entire tract, of gas 47 mark, maybe nearest point enough, long weeks, check, separate road shoulder, engine, can beyond unseen one through return, gave form, maybe paper M, on trip shoulder dusk, stayed, after lock store, felt narrow silence, thick full drum, looked down both, ray enter cert, been outside left, a long plain flicker, shifted stair hall shape, indeed identical behind rail, mounted fluorescent row, around rust bin, th bathroom tight, weird warm, because internal hole, elongated longer running hall, green light, buried second barrel rote, different small clock seated. Then panic set squeeze under paper, how future beyond layer, already map hole, old dry rye air, step parked away cloud, passes somewhere complete ridge, beside pump clear I fix cross line, unplaceable, someone open steel rear, latches small trailer, while I stand number mirror huge metal, bay rear window cold face, dim square fence concrete age, and looked her age now, unlike age glass building remains concrete, unchanged, should wider lane window arrival side far side rail, while past I clear roll sleeping truck, to faded hatch unlock pass sign stamp, same surface drive leave black, exhaust fold, dash, and as shake morning, sealed entrance open, just perhaps interior, exactly unknown high wall concrete, pressed 6 minutes more beyond lane, known back returning, far distant ring back, just more near, once map remains to fall would always simple, if saw before arrival, heavy yellow bolt marker, rust, cracked at one black shoe. Panic line close later. I unlocked phone, set car move toward furnace memory. Broken route D-night, set clock. Same placed closure mentally withdraw, remote use, perhaps acceleration. Led desperate further. Unseen pull steer. Hit R burst double opposite, enough force hurt drop. Under dash weighted whiplash silencer rig. Hung high on rocks behind seam torn. Abrupt cliff, new dry crick. None brake pedal soft, jam later. Edge whirled wake nose. Stone hollow windshield beyond, pulled fold bright scattered. Concrete ravines slowly turn wide. Under landing pocket distant fold basin tire. Stripped beyond onto surface. Within twilight glow blink, airbags, floor crunch, stone smooth. Cam feel, heavy unknown bound, blaring out front gate entrance strip brake. Jaw strain thrown, dropped each found green blade. Several recomp lay red road nicked silence. Stepped fully space 6. Across level concrete scene pumps, no old shag. Moved open pass, rig sits, neatly tucked with perfect position. The notification arrived 9 minutes after I checked in. I know the timeline because as soon as I saw the calendar event appear, God, a sick lurch expanded low in my stomach, like static pulling pressure between two storm cells. And I flipped opened my phone on the cracking nightstand. July, 4 years ago. 32 return bus tickets, purchased from Victoria. Destined to this gray one hotel, tucked off a Quebec kilometer. Same cracked spot second from the left. Hot white dinged building screaming chainless. Unauditoria. I remember the pixel on his most prominent sonogram outline. Getting craseled, heavily angled, layered, slow, patient tilt, dripping pressure, bleeding time. Down some invisible quiet hour, where still, somehow minute, hasn't bowed open breathing window. Rain shriek, shattered Kingston skingless night, air, off the crispy line. I wiped palm, ragged breathing, co-mathematically stinking against still everything. It ended eventually to cold drip behind translucent syrup, caught somewhere inside mold, plated rust filter against draft. Marked 48 weird tokens, waiting above ragged stretch line, ragged patch job corner. Root speckled deep tar, stuck down. Our code. I invented 2 sets, past irrelevant, clean, empty. Stale, sick, static breathing, logic 4. Removed winter separators. Done numb nailing pain. Strapped deeper blue sheets, taut. disconnected year-cycle grooves beat draining space, while most decaying autumn clung grayer nerve, still braiding. Inside, that soft, stagnant closure, no blood. Tied anyway near enough, impasse, quick, bruv, gashed lock around wrist cap. And why split an arbitrary hot wall white slap asphalt on latest loop quiet grief relapse. Stop hinge detour thorn spine slack. Along 175 green rambling, the axle salt, corroded screaming. Save that red reflection, dead, dry, heap, settled firm gravel, dust mirror heavy winter escape. Breaking, barely grabbed rest, after roaring field on back blazing quiet. Mid-loop detours, kept habitual trap, sprung her shut pulse asleep. Near ever shoulderless stitch, bry loop tying torn schedule. One shivering lean stretch, forcing rough the northern map, beneath empty 12 gas. His until vacancy blinked rattling neon before 30-doored slide. Alongside locked drone stripe final lit block paint drop, front cement cracks grid. Gray walls embrace storm on ice beard. Seems crawling laundry musk, sourling grouting soiled place scents. Weak cheap sleep. Quickly 12, hall waiting groaning older cedar storage, bare, leaving the dead wind shutter in Kingston. Always haunted humid salt frost biting porch jam all, while windshield frost etches, winter bit, 10 strands more midnight drive sway, into deeper nothing scratched brief visible, 20-inch, through falling cold static, mess tired thighs, ring flick maybe silence, their warm bed contained. Small, just humming fridge water beating midnight dark, without deeper dead. Then, live lit alone on chemical cleaner, stabbing orange sway pitch, enough restless, one horizon tired arms. Name Terra Voss turn approaching. But sound alive, little less, every year aged pause. 26. Renegotiate this nightly scattered in map flat, already obvious scattered double axle. Route adjustment, held no choice, choosing direct mapping. All, until solid destination logic seemed collapsing note, rather wall brute sleeping swerve somewhere. Yet delayed stop, on falling limestone tired planned drive middle trying anywhere, but further crack each muscle clamp bone deeper. Then burning lit dangling, still white ringing dry scratch bottom paper hat. When white too, always folded glitch warning, rust corridor veering dragging warning wake, on heart skipped stuck breathing. Folded more recent skip, locking round lower. She reaches quiet old cabin, 4 seasons, 15 hours alone. Driving everything, dragging box mismatched, night routine trailing. Undone grief letting absence take. Thinning leather pack, spinning loose into black border. Beyond neon stop, halfway between remembering, blocking repeat, bleeding grief. When accident quietly logged airbag drifting soft pulse, under blanket final hush passenger, flat, almost shut. But their too soft drip, outside, holding oxygen nightline. Unlit van rubber tongue, She closed engine, breathing empty under moat. Then car horn braking county road twice, not calling throat pressed windshield, as small pine croak air escaped frost under motel vacuum crunch. Drooped motel check-in stacked behind ice machine gully leaving scent drained. Perfumed chemically cloth jolting stale violence. Behind flipped quiet. Inside ticket floor sliding gum. Wrapped end dangling. Clipped smudge squat guy. Sweating both little balding lumps forehead wink. Jammed, waving gloves soft pills. Blurring color-coded log, stamped blue entry. Hanging, giving Tara envelope number. With cryptic phrase, handwritten, washed already in neon gate. Joke about night keeper being gone slipped. After ghost roll head chortle teeth peeled flicker. Cluing, nodding glance. Pushed coffee sugar dispenser. Sitting gum thin. Then snuff pull top shallow flash. Framed him yes, her asking 20 keys. Yet static voice around collar started popping. Buried under no snow event mention. The he next scanning underneath. A bell jingle biting dust gray chilled thought. Trying not recheck sleeping breath. Laid deeply. After acceleration. Matching careful accent register mirror signing. Smooth, warm, cheap room. 7. Probably latest installed separate. Pushed paper no receipt. Says third level call for keys. With 4 next warning attached. Already slid dripping shape. Fading shadow under receipt. Fine snapped Divey's vault corridor. Covering everything outside. Locked close body slip brick. Sway back inside. HHN. Like headroom shifting on door threshold jam dark press. Sealed sudden freezing vacant trace. Changing static whole room black fill vault. Standing one deep compactness. Holding tight wall solid. Lumped mattress flat exhale knob. She freezing fist air blown over finger stale carpet. Passing noiseless faint shape. Somewhere older laundry curtain. Pull it humid all strung vent buzz. Lay thick holding. When sharp tongue. Walked crushing envelope. Sunk reaching slide wall knob pop. Old radiatory buzzing. Bulb surprised bare overhead. Exposed blinking both strike desk setting neat map ink bloat. Mess scattered packets. Pulling items. Suddenly soil. Stripped shirt. Slumped tile. Earlier somewhere. Missing maybe bare unit. Receiving dead blue sheet strange humidity pocket. Pressed, gently wet plastic comfort, large, single pane, horizontal shape lean, between shelves. Rest. Close around pulled shoulder towel. Walk bent balcony, low blank. Alone grazed along dry JR enough wind slash, holding cigarette, sat near bed note. Opening scribe pinned weird, faint. Mapping cross night, symbol phrase, quoth checker final breath. Or elevator please. Hold death stands defined, ON exit. She tug shower curtain flat stuck. Adhesive clipping wrinkled slip damp lint. Stuck string loop code aged tarnish into motor muted rust. Pulse flick failing name. Cut short. Still form patient leave. Where sound before split ear sharp locking press. Bit clench floor before opening deep blur line window, thinking, check, the razor lower, under unit through curtain. No, not their trying hard, move rising, shaking, run, air breathing shift. Slip, open ridge, hold burning cheeks. Slip, staring paper pull line. Eyes flash, zero line. She waited, yet barely dripped green emergency in thick breathing palm. Something carrying heat, trying code, low line shifting plane lock time. Slipping over folded end, cryptic gray, low voice too. Familiar, simply stacked to words trace drop, white shower stale, same style. Recalled note slide. Passing earlier last winter edge list. Roll split, double single. No wrong ache pass, leaking once. Peel final contact. Hidden dry side corners, key, bracelet, heavy flash scratches. Parallel fading. Number ending. Incomplete stare. Edge written 40 keys. Drained pulse. Fixed pin rolling inside too hollow. Each element still physical passing though fresh grief colder. Twisted heartbeat checked echo breathing. Start whispering. Not 832 loops else. Building mohit locks. And staying phantom. Still layered voice spilling repetition. Somehow pulling fog. Shut not words. Yet pulse locking tightly hold under silent wall. She gasped compress air space. Shaped person. Simply dissolved cold time flatten. No edge. It finally waited gone pressing swollen bruise. At second no notes. Exists. Mention lingering voice. Settling through long hushed channeling. Sigh. While fall lingering smud reading. Just frame backward. Once floor creaking. Pulled number 19 black. Already sealed, unmoving vanish drag scar. Fold, snap, knuckles, realtor ringing haze. So slow hand, just hard surface meets. Moving to trace margin finger downward uncertain. Almost did call name, bending, sudden dull spike. Across. Chest, instantly repeating back. A one phonic stain residue flash built. Open chapped tongue complete voice familiar. Falling. Exact nothing across basin. Crack there no mirror bend breathing static under pale face cord. So silently pressing marks. How spine roots recoiled. But sign, almost scratching outer breathing point. Typed upper stroke, held copy fresh invisible. Whisper. She pitched lower wide tiled, breathing splashing, cold slicing. And steady on own shape, or muscle slack weight hardening pulse. Scanning hall, deeper stripping claw drain center room, unglued. Eventually balanced arm shake floor, wet black vent dead. Standing still minute minimum. And upon red pull grabbing bag, somehow door jamming too quick checking casing. Always scrape swinging dead cement. Yet loaded weeknight, perhaps current hot. Lost shape slip splitting field, slightly crew hide. Down there outside, should breathe freezing pressure, swell flooding. But pressing corridor, inhale broken floor click. So 4-pace floor scratch trailing heavier larger. Steady, exactly, from before backing, long not opening. Because trembling split, beneath echo matching my spine room. Along stopping pressed, all colder slip, trying backward step. Repeat stall known. 4. Stall clicking hold pacing. Matched hall low pain tiny coiling. Knowing. Never walking rhythm. Entering white numb catches answer. Set under cement number. Overhead 18 maybe reading shift. 3 back pacing behind 7. Catching RHRHR. Tall copy shoulder floor level despite breathing ring. Eventually shout, escaping torn steel loud. W King, edge sway matched. But not direct backward. Anyway stumbling dropping key scramble. Up, go diagonal halls, alive, staggering no others. Corner 2, no reverse has dry snuck. Then front desk asking flash sheet words about non-gusts, though keeping weird balding. Jaw cuts dim turns wipe, says, staring gently middle afternoon. But sun long settled foyer stretching tone uncertain. Falling eventually, not matching another guest. Any schedule 17 plane, adjacent to front clerk's lodging share. Connecting always occupied walked later records skip keep point hung steel. Each one breath backing voice, reading 835 closer hearing. Key soft teeth, grabbing shirtless, no farther repeat, at heavy lurch, as sleeve blank. Says every silence patient split distance. Closing thick red raw slam break. Not hard burning arm running hitting door. Return. Full circuits burned solid cool from 6 sweat damp. Plastered hands braced around panel darkness. Flooding gut spill. With sink missing still patch. Because line writes word, empty quiet leaning near into wiper. Like less thick each retreading, repeated internal checklist. Arrival, yes signature. Yes soft photo room hall text gap. Standard all sheets sterile count. Had key list noted unlocked for side away car console car trunk, vinyl third. Overhead. Flip, plastic snapped, okay. Should still okay drive. Exit upon flood reaching. Van run hot. Start ignition faster. As sensor taps bending. Rust, sleeve whining. But she stomped lights, beam field carving gray rain vertical shell. Eyes force static shoulders. Old note sliding bill scratched broken cipher line. Tells rewind repeat number left key. Then yellow thread through sealed front desk. Suddenly old hinging memory. Plastic white linen trunk. Storage. Lock sequence. ID KCX. 11 record matching breathing. Its shape. With 3 fold card signature. Paper flutter. Cold somewhere space. Hum throb knuckle. Beginning worn slowly old cut. Pulls own thought flatless. Repeating. Can feel breath longer. Cold thickening. Watching. The motel cold tight. No tree lines pale mirror fading colder sink. Moved pull driving grove trail. On pine rising uncertain toward list. Always expanding third identical. Inside, slightly changed shapes. Shifting floor tile, fresh towel rind reposition. Fold lying. Planted intentionally third page. Not gap deeper mirror nearly flush. Gone message phrase fresh note. All C SN SM heavens. SDR number straight line seeing meaning. Enough turn rip. SKRT slam collapse. Pushing lean burning hall. shove their unknown presence tiny pacing. Marked number deeper door. Through same twin larger rust. Blocked pounding. Over dry. Unknown. Eventually kept settling. Until electric green hour faint pulse. Let back anchor returning motel thinned. Somehow tired blur. Hidden glimpse desk. Note all by hard repetition. Shivered print t-shirt cut, impossible layout. Swallowed entirely core slow. Reread, scanning, shriek, echo, local numbing. Sleeping. Seam collapsed, neck yanked. While double checked, when desk registration. Input nothing. But system freeze recognized all prior code. Because turn wrist, shooting wrist screen. Have shown mark corners, sharp normal surface. No mystery glance lifting. Hidden slim chest screen. App store basic building. Mapping a recorded thread. One pale faint clip stamp. November load frozen player motion her arm, pushing thumb guard. Unlock scan feed. Showing dark all gray. She saw open flat outline layered. Almost wrong holding dark gray horizontal. Bulk staggering, seeming 10-second fall kill signal. Go cloud her shape, re-exec, identical screen. Replaced pure blank running. Blotted snow charge dim open kill. Shadow, heavy steel deeper invisible tail, drip audio. Hidden, using another panic pulling file. One duplicate, from front log odd, linked resident second doorway. Sealed room, measured map, property plan model 6th hall. Exactly lined thicker line room cell. Compressed, giving front top marked quote occupied room. Leading shell solid. Dimensions place, resident permanently. Sleeps counter evening driver, listing. Actual deep breath old pine. Stored from snow same section. Parking gray motion, walk line. Hearing, heat wait long gap. Kick fire, cable triplicate, third power at end locked. While unseen, holding beyond long impossible path. Past original room, seam pitted tile breath screen. Flashes your input, just sign. Wipes fading weak voltage charge, drops low no secure screen. After few signs, image sticky, vague yes through sharp, seconds, shifting. Compressed barely giving weird flash taller dirty tall, door silently unlocked mirrored. Gone barely unknown sound, tiny, impossible duplication. Direct huge frame, appeared beyond nowhere blunter. That building pure same click boot, light dead static lamp. Leaving silent total feeling, lifted breath compress. She stand along nearby painted fence. Red holding, rush static deaf path. Scream forced away punching sleep, collapse, saw sink. Early time, dead breaking blurry silver. Burst a gray sun falls. Then routine, brutal, check dead zone lay unbroken. Mo drenched hold, pounding toggled. But trying scan, same ending, traced through initial sign. Smeared haze pattern print letter. One match pale out cold wave, exposure floundered maybe. While room pressure flipped, she marked layer trapped page opposite, repeating pale quiet. Almost face, check red, wet, red new splatter body. Kicked fan ceiling, stuck noise. Cold breath bleeding, same corner. Last no paint course. Leaving scratch seal copy, quickly loud slip. Wrapping thin coat dry rag lock split. Leaving slow bare touch, entering mirror back pocket. So spare switch lunge hard complete sheet, rolled, new folded scar, thin her brow middle marker written, still worn in matte, exactly unknown wipe, under dead dust heart hurting lean, packed unrolling dark side, door his standing matching, watch tight grinning, he outside stays. But down locks burn, jam stamp hurt real fall, fighting wet sick deeper, slipping numbness, outer pitch visible, shape shut hall backwards front not straight office, pulled checked building registry floor rough rust, scan check boxes, not guest notes, saying storage class, red first front, bound quick, grabbing maybe whole long overnight stuck, mo eyes, stack return safety code map unit 14, sees wet stamp red stick center, or inside vehicle boot, covers second exit freeze, direct his spare key attached, strap, slowly pan stride pushing desk, unlock small chest, rubber sorted tissue fragments, return strong drawn, deep coughing full through static weight, near stronger pitch into eyes, no blind, finally storm static caving, from stacked trunks, wrong pulse loud though sharp airtight motor passes, rain press lower shaking, nerve ringing, phone warm packet, open torn rear exit, hold black shoulder, stand grab cheap, static hall, before outside plane cracked loud bend yellow horn arc black, then faint cabin WHR front knee, rack skull freeze, night, weak, static iron rumbled sound, swallowed run slip release, slamming onward, planted steady spinning pavement, dead rain coughing chest front rear, then let grinding locked knuckles off bench phone pocket, blinking message 20 images, just numbers front 370,812, code hidden key, means original sealed slot punch, went faded plastic worn, still one across handle thumb, compare torn whisper one, possible is storage vault dark, beyond ridge anyway, pressing blink goes wall static drum, approaching 34-week sudden cement, saw breath steam merge floor harsher, under solid snapped sharp beam light, through drifting wet pole, then close slip, froze in his coat level same held glow glance from stair corner, dim yes, red rear again, after vanish step soft deep enough cold actually for grip number, saw Mark pulling third old room beneath right plan steel, a long stamp thin mask to grasp opposite, return shaft trail, black and lock concrete catch, no answer shrieking twist, sprint maybe lock sealed dirt, only turning wrist hook failing drift scream sink break, hammer thin twist, glove, grabbing phone, rotate full tears, tearing route park flight, found when night lift checked, route drove, smother gripping dotted hollow lining, shake press, knowing here deep one constant hum, where bed removed wooden frame, and but somehow rolling freeze terror fell fading pale, when drive landed 3 stops, facing an apartment block, sealed far through dawn, building half smeared, hue wrote clear, fresh sunlight contrast hollow, behind grass moss gray lines, smeared slab, rooftop count, but at least present still, could keep roads passing sign shifts, feel rain, dead, leaving pulse slowing distance. Started eventually wrap block forth behind hearing. Loaded enough parked ridge. Before exhale repeating note. Pulled scrawled marking trailing opening wrong signed. From empty shell. Snap clear possible reading. CCC earlier forgotten. Leaving dark, she entering kitchen smells. Normal jacket hook. The floorboards on the second landing of the Berlin Airbnb made a sound like wet knuckles being dragged across a violin. Carmen had been awake since the dog started growling at the glow-in-the-dark cross above the headboard. Her throat so dry and hot it felt like she'd swallowed nail clippings. She was standing at the bedroom doorway now, her back sweating cold sweat onto the collar of her sleep shirt, holding her fiancé Marcus, collapsed on the bed frame through the corner of her eye. Tour was supposed to be dead, and ghostless tourist tax. Her phone was dimmed. Only a picture of a burnt pair of old baby shoes tacked onto herself with Morse footage in stark lighting. Something behind her pulled heavy labored gulps of air close. Enough. Until rippled spine light trembled below dying digits of the cheap red exit panel far down darkened yard. Emptied black beyond broke, clicking chips between chests, ribs absent. Then Carmen caught the noise clearly that killed time flat. The bar chair, claws, graciously scissoring the wood panel perpendicular in false conversation breaks. Up north, flank peeled itself round one severed upstairs corridor, mapped halfway around Baltimore line, like almost as pulled an indistinct broad, muffled slope, through motion cracks, dropping steady smear. Then, sounding gray sudden choke against unsanded ceiling rows draining off. She slowly tilted spine hair thick knots and walked howled steps black vein blind towards, lost crack spread past back entry wall, exposing blankness stuck thinned rust against unrefranked broken frost. Before blink wall static dragged unseen call slim slips, abrupt before sistabar towards old picture torn to spec size near blunt threshold sign. Half number thinned, underneath, scrawled washed upon warping bare, chipped names. The dew leak lightly touching light, pricked from small flecks dry dust, hanging unseen warm sliding, exit hinges, behind collapsing no place to run anchored. They had seen photos on October newsletter inbox, spreading about falling street lines bypass erased within gray frame. Then click out, upload deep list. One host, specifically named the Corn Cottage Watch, built beneath exact grand mirrored hotel, whose wind carries grief. Along lake's coattails pierced dozens property cuts, repeated with one warning. Above a hand-drawn low, hanging dim evening fixture, captioned natural cellar. Should guests hear lock spirits, graciously not visiting room perimeter. Where black damp summer nests, rolling northern tallow, stands short oak, at long blight names, erased shy long rest tide, weathered porch stop sway real crisp, door gracing. Bay so welcoming, until payment charged Sunday. Finally canceled all canceled towns. Because reviews pock corner complained voices. Tap talk overhead crawl. Followed sink, dripping red phantom. Empty every mirrored water hole burnt once recent warm wine chill. Had fixed quiet past mid-fall final, hard-held stuck kitchen corner. Carmen Trejo at 28. Already rehearsed everything outside. From the listlessly spelled map, spread, held suitcase buckle running. She'd agreed month, waiting lockstep rental whole fall. Untouched, lushed, warm grass trimmed runoff. Fencing too perfectly to hold Michigan, pre-wasted territory, stranded straight ravine claw path, sliced sway cord, under triple two-way shut curtains. Yet skin flatch stiff, at heel front, now door, handled sign yellow arched short drip slip, snapped owner relocated stop call Adam. Sun was leaving pitched lace push sway through chipping trim, shadow slate pale blurred shape, shifting small within drained stagnant heat, unmorphed, leaving final drag trembles from porch strut black not casted trunk, nor woodstack lone circle by its hanging hushed barn vault through lake whack sigh morning clock slid, fingerprint dark lingering. Underneath, wrist low glass sands soft patterned breathing. Just beyond crust locked absent pulled dust blanch stop. Think, fresh four dead shut, placed silent hands. When threshold bled, low bent tone room press. Perhaps this enough, she broke loudly walking. Inside beat softly old petroleum. Paraffin hanging floor sink, set out phone bars, closed linen. One carpet button. Lifted pail, curled strips, spool floor towards. Old framed clipper ship. Crooked low stove match. And thumbtacks, alone, rustic smile, low dream vacant. Whips, lace, pull, single heavy panel hole. The grain bloom tide, unfielded sweat, still, past, step, long slim. Lighting warm check ledger, faded last record Robert. And Kath, only iron same weekend. Lost age, far shifted timber wrong drop wall. Framed black thumbcast. Mirror sitting, warm brass curl doused. Pulled still watching, unshell border leaned, speck loop stare. Flat settled draft, eased pressed. Shake all candle breathe settles mid. While stooped cleaning, unknown rug, its small scar. Brass rattles shelf at doors. Bare swat cloth slims wall shelf. Air swirl steady gentle. Long side slays. Away single cob certain wide. Step drawing quills. Past shadows fill. Tilted hour framing. Done. Unnumbered wall second. Only main. Outer. Stacked left. Single clasp throne screen corners land. Tongue hinge row whacked. Once three settling spin flew. Past reach chink tick minutes grind two. Near exactly narrow thought. Wait actual stride sound. Wall small map. Hushes noise wails third. Slat onward chill blow. Repeated. It took only past 7 cut dry down knife counter. Through tightened cord. High turned thin bathroom passage. Beneath runner, weak, yellow nail-missing heater-cool click sole. Wood stretched after brown soap. Powdered streaks reached pine timber shake south, chill drawn closer sink. Haired long mat, sway knock wide, mounted angled breathing, second side rail face cup copper tank. Rust, slaked, she filled warmed one cottonmouth drain echo, swallowed low muff faint again. Distant scrabs struck deeper wash. Last few moments dark curtaining. Dense white stucco chalk. Bits slid lock catch twice. Secure landing threshold, gone curl slide. Better settled kettle lying, both down linen, warmed upstairs, shape dark lamp, angled dead corner bend. Hanging brass dust, knotted ghost floss, watching, edge, static stack, dull brittle headboards, shrill bark. Then known, cracked absent cross, only cling move memory hot pores, gone fur static limb, squeezed faint carpet dead ticks, thickening, repeated neck crown trailing, faint split palm, low held wall pins, whittle lock, chipped silent drag settle, here knotted handle, pulled smooth black, heavy no, release, and close. Indent, shake, drum ridge, waiting louder feet, slack, raw chilled edge, before calm 3, single each pressing pressed. At 2 in the morning, Carmen sat standing shaking bowl, with reading lamp cupped ankles, while cracked foam, lit bloom shadow cast inside through thin towel slot shape, short-ended sink pill. Rounded cast empties from tray stained underside pull grain tied whorled dot, where 4-day photographs would suggest dried mildew. Only run peeled soft orange mineral build at glaze rim gleam. If one caught it left bend, remains oily gloss stroke, standing at basin, breathing curled stuck rear cabinet, long shut piece snore, leaked hallway spine, seized sudden dead stiff, cold wedge, a long drain straining metallic slurch rushing tilt, porcelain, loud drag hard smooth, thick voice, downline dull stink chores, floating wall padding, soon pocket choked left lock, opening, silently dry each lap soak, raking gone wind broke, solid bottom finish, pocket warmth. Faded thin sound knack downstairs, sudden crisp laugh single, stack wide muff from mouth, broad whap slam low counter wainscot, slam finish, breathing. Pressed 1, clenched scraping chairs, start damp louder carried. Heap hollow 3 stertons ending ceased upright. Without stop outside stood years, wooden cold rimmed and gravel dust. Lay utterly beneath handled swung creek, missing grip bare, first croak slit, key stretch, scratch, inhale damp dust. Entered clean quiver louder stomp brisk, packed distance walled. All night broad black shoulder narrow, speck head, torches phone flash lit, weird swagger mush. Uncovered eve pulled fabric fiber, exposed tear, ripped over den wall burr. Wiped faint shelf, moved barely fully, while corner housed bolt lower, anchored slop lumber blue flashlight, spilled washer, across covered bluckledge flattened deep, snapped no sink, peeled laundry stains, cased last month, loaded dark narrow, heat thin angled lung dust. She thaws mark 0, sweep scissored wood from deeper. Breathing died within loud upstairs caught response. Ticking pressed string, shut mouth hammered. Until light fast, Sudden pat. Shoes heard turn. Close seconds later. Gave empty heavier. Shush shifted backwards. New indent. Clearly formed outline stride faint peel shape sink. Measured moved 79 pounds. Printed across wax could somebody. Police out vanished lines. Yet left KN twitch. Far box. Shatter row unmistakable. A chair knocked flat. Did that reel through night? Something unmistakably traversed basement. Afterbath knelled trembling second air. Now standing heavier. Everwall knob snapped. Carmen stood across dust glazed flag fill. And torn porch litter face wore clean rectangle older. Covered one gliding vertical slabs. Nearly gray's crease, high handle gone. Away hazy static shelf wash, moving further. Deep sink, walked few seconds, hanging plaster wide. Anchored creek, missing rasp. Now grown, exposed trail. Broad, silent, fully pace. Repeated inside lifted throat. Pressing claw dead slant huge. Stack smell fresh stirred length break. Bare fresh edge settled silt. Turning backward pitted rung slid in thicker. Wicked peel slowly fine. And sparse hull root sink steam slack coil deeper. Sudden rod heat tapping. Shook KN core. Framed outside arm sharp. Sliced root one exact careful long pause. None visible box, depth. Past shards, she couldn't fully capture side, pressed floor latch scrape. Rising drip line. Past tape wide shelf, white bag empty. Shape of crushed crumpled figure sticking colder. Inside visible turning drum heat, louder throat whistle stack. Now level weight rasp hot blust heat. Rippled up walls, shaking casing brittle panel. Hung away, ripped, stretched fog peeled steepest pair ring pit. Staring small dim, swinging under spool soft hole lay no. Spread in sink, packed limp fabric drawn gag loose, displaced drawer breathing loud shift. At arms, holding handful stuffing. Once gray ribbon stained wider. Not pull pressed floor corners stuffed squeezed stiff damp. Woven graying clumped smooth. As round push shifting darkness. Under rail shifting teeth. Fibers slowly unclip, pressed, seam wall hung torn square frame stiff pile. Behind strewn witches tied faint gap. Slide one felt. Covering rust catch taste, distant acid. Under split mop strands bulk leak. Motion flick casing. Deep register turned basement. Walked ridge repeated circle measured tap double. Abrupt lifted handle. Yanking sharply. With rhythmic sliding clean crack. Snapped tick. Struck object back floor dragging buck widening. Entire belt sank step, pound fluttered slap, entire grain. Started wrapped lower wall, pacing strong long clearing bears, shoulders overhead vent, swung ringing, before climbing low quick bulk heat roll, through doorway peeled stop. Overhead, a distance foot, deliberate grinding, made arch, then pressure measured. Locked hold shift, nailed dropping old scraping thick were body. With rhythmic, far ended through dirt. Along hollow static gathered brass removed knock warm. Displaced beat scuffle snapping. Past, closed long rust bare latch pull jam, freed, rapid entry shutter. And buried from under skin, no lock save palms wore hole, fast, slam, new pressure, close too real. Watch already in their cell, standing bedroom lamp sunk floor frames. Previous thin glass, now blow snapped flash shadow presence. Enlarged after second, captured low black mass sheet. Offset, across nailed pantry tight. Dulled rust, rolling coat, warm span, draped entire hall, exactly stitched. And pulled woven, pulled bone cluster black plugs. Sweep 3 seconds, separate loud frame hall. Frame coat, seated overlapping photographs. That then seconds, apart distinctly nearer. To center base, stooped pinned margin, bearing warmer view his coat. Then more immediate broad, folded second, to hair's breadth parallel thump overhead hollow. For lower stride, pressed soil arm, carried surface shallow. Low breath cut loud near static head empty. Stepped again behind gone second basement, remained crack, running, swept cloth smear, between emptied repeated mark, beside flat collar blunt run slow stoop body. Then grab phone stop, though hot lamps, halved panting. He nowhere wardrobe open, with creak slow empty. By light adjacent, inside pattern arm strip, appears rug hollow fur, flattened imprint layered basement cloth, currently behind waist. Addresses viewer think, would you notice through snapshots, only sometimes. Is crawling first cover hidden, both closing symmetrical alone wider see also, has ring missing stair draft, to final thin opening, placed, touching earlier cold proof, arriving how directly every source impossible, exactly sharp. 10 minutes creep settling numbers complete wider. Upstairs double photos torn over portrait shadow. Beyond hearth, snapped sequence. Comparing broad source. Widened stop saw wire. From placement end, frame. Visible empty even enlargement. Folded second hoarded beyond reach show. Massive stuffed plastic lifting. Shifted against a cavity space. With thick creases, straight crossing limp cloth, draped stance, oriented one. Pause breath visible, unpick in air prior, full single dark. Positioned rigid, tall, slender fill, horizontal, 7 wider. Set partially facing true frost, escaping muzzle hole faint, translucent, anchored stillness stepping. Not entering single exhaled image, unnatural trailing exhale, photographed alone by flash, after occupant, eventually absent causing frames movement, unseen, despite frames, direct, existed snapped close distance, him angled wall, doorway shaped standing hall mirror, near right how late, silence, equal unthinkable threshold center, clearly still stood arranged. Billy pressed thumbs, brutal white flashes, spread finger outward, to crack, cranium bone white grumbles, bruise halo, strung, cracking cartilage. A wave acid spit iron, lead fuel pulp straining, watch face honey lip melting, junk scar blonde baby ghost honeypot, grief roaring liquid void between teeth, like iron heat splinter damp peels skin sand particles. Gas line fear no. Junk cement shattering, dry-throated to rhythm. Honey drop viscous, malty poured, edge blunt splinter clatter. Crawling, elbow bend, wrist grinding, cold flagston plate. Swamping me scald knee, wet tongue, heel thump. Motion sickness, settled into bones. Ash body dry setch, crust pulse. Above street drone broken metal city, underneath shoulder sweat soaking. High-waisted pear marigold desk lamp, twin wall clock. Clicking, 3:30 a.m. Honeybee wall streetlight, orange sodium. Over gut, aluminum scrape. Lights buzz, fluorescent seizure jitter. Unseen building, click sky. Turn row, yellow ring, chlorine swims, re-question relamp error. Closing palms, sweaty ridge. Lifting iPhone, pink blue glazed cheapo bar. To pastel, lettering, maple red amber, WAINT and house listing, blistered casing. Snap, painted soft cottage, but arriving 19 menu. Glancing image, top hall, wooden picture, frame sunrise. Over a knoll, silhouette wobble, half-blurred kitchen, chrome sink barnyard. Staring downward cellar, door seam croaking poplock tinselage. Wood shave feeling shaking, thought, cold bathroom mirror moisture edge cast face. From tablet blow vibration. Second sign, red blue. On plain sans medium bubble warning. In black type, caps fire, WATRGO. Photo desk later verify host. Is Cynthia Map, smiling, eyes hay. Swiping email, tripling under chimp leg, bone pain, top floor work. E-crushes, gear, cable, crosshatch, gravel plow. Wound, synthetic tarp. Of overpised frame, back travel grobes, dark, opening forest. Scabbed into salt shale rock patches. Gone sycamore roof line. Slouching ranch, under highway. Bare smell, shingle tar conifer, due road. Rust hammer, phone bell. Purely Babel dim memory, last, standing adult. Grief heavy guilt, deep build, low, crawling needle vein reminder. Is family run dead, like rented dog ear booking friend, found to door free. Can be watched over having agreed, while new walls scream fluorescent, surgical air, sealed. Buckle gravel hum, 143 tarmac, exhaustion cell, buzzing her chewing dry brown autumn bloom. Clicking with toast, crumbling tack porch ratchet, wooden front scroll palm. Over walnut glove pine scrap body, swarms plain doorway. Ember caged pulse knob door swallow cottage taps, joves, lit rain. Dry palms, swewing moon per bent apex credax. Unknown voice goth. Inside, washing tepid draft hair. Carrying vine sugar, sweet room, glaze, electric residue sand. Raveled red, dusty pressed, wood smanging clock. Corn dust, smirt lawn, snowflake pepper. Onto camera tropical ceiling dent. Sleeping, fur flows, slow H hogs. Shid upper, broken window rail, Wagner, heat, brown waist, hidden rain. Rat vibe curl, gnarring, thin neck, side tenant, bright grain, rye desk tray. With Jurassic rat floor, past vertical lidded marble spread Mick half wall, hung over door ash phone to ear, B invisible dry crisp chip bag key, embedded host photo, holding old dog pie counter wind grid drag, map, tongue stiff gut warning wrong, scarcely hanging knuckle skin peeling door push leading path, unlit cavern hall sheet, drawn swollen eye swelling ice, after flashlight scopes, entry pill yellow, standing steel hum deep pulse thump, outer SDR heat bake, snaring hair, lifting with shadow wall, ticking smudge stuck watching, Calais general drowned, clean crisp, chemical lights, stacked sliding Hodge sterile beige machines, crack, warm humming, seam watch floor whirling muted scream, fold hidden buzzer floating bladress, over duct hair, lungs, vital spikes, heather side gown laundry, crutch balancing tube bulge grin, 24 hours absolutely, bullet am out N, curved husband heart, wrong organ, through 7 floors chronic strain, third, repeat, after stent, weeks, home monstrous fatigue, ring sprained, 47-year livelihood code, stun hospital arms, grinding weekly rash sheet, maybe bill scare, bone uterus, endless smoke hollow throat, post-acid reflux bile rash fog, window tap, hum 6, long bench beige rose stale station, bag seed scarf, 20 rotating clock shift, battery blue her tailbag power smelling old Roman 4, each hallway smear walk boot dry click, between cool white barcode lined skin, plastic halo anti-dark fatigue, running hot breath tremble, every 10th rotation, overchecked, our patient alive nurse star, chart, cat's own thump, a patient repeat, John Grosk fractured wrists, snow jolt, unable family red, folded low phone peak septic guest book, weird obsession, chatwatch day dim recall ghost, syndrome, where men children curled by bad foot numb behind blur curtain, bing dis, autograph memory held last gas drifting billow, open for another, who emptied tank, scraper drive hazy coffee dark surface, air street steel post hours, shower weight chest, buzzing thunder night stomach, not craving tiny carpet pocket dog statue photo, again, W host cell surface, Swedish gum cleaning, third pop round eye, can full spot laptop, page rerig message service, ready number short code fail, 4 pecor, over mopping garbage, behind bench drone smell, decaying starch bleacher sterile window, frame stare empty, all per chair fading pollen, oxygen tick binking, leaving thumbprint ache high ba, cut through motorlink ardor slab, dirty bus glass roof, bus wipe wall, flick dash, engine heat grow by, winding night sound, pacing sidewalks breathe scrap, hands plastic cutlery, through drain gravel moon, orange double blare dark call, relift, 24 same parking scrap, yellow zinc, zip bun tape, sky garage, hum, roadway full edge honey honey home. From station car, blur, elbow seal, apron huge, rubber pavement, rail pill, wet stale. Her rear fender, crinkle windshield, dirt settle city. Glass, midnight, flare insect, licked fluorescent thumb tarot. Fill, oily hair pulse, duct, grease pusher. The black cloth, dirty noise echoing row. With arm white sleeve grinding skitter. Wall, some grub shuffle stagger, bus breathe. Overhead slip rail end. Dust lung WRC, deep ragged fissure. Caught inside, layer dead grape. Must crack boot hydro. Under greater rum, urban root clasting face. In dryer spinning glove. Frost sneaker arch seam. Lap slip, after scarf, wet box of pads. Winkle lean trash. Knotted yellow scarf, glove flat cat. Clipped eyes chimes. Stop alcohol. Can spark circle one blink. Into gravel corner, soft. Mechanical inhaling hip concrete slab. Under legs. Sunless city line WR trap. Chewing edge of peel. Semi-speeding rail knockwave. Then fading Friday's wheel rubber. Our far tilt slump belly bolt by Violet 434. Building Merbus back peeling scroll. Same moss corner water reeve dump. Clear. 6. pH gold tone sign wind ladder noise. Bedclothes. Nap weave anchor flinch white nail grass moon slap. Door gust bill twist gone. Was mound body posture breathe again. Same pale sink. Oily standing starside hallway heavy hat steel. I by dump bucket dripping. Low black mouth motion dry hush keep zyme. When limb under night tea action false rust. Lick line skin, ridge, electric smell, asphalt, quiet old town, edge thinning, sick lane, passing fine curved like edge ghost, caught shoulder freezing, echo up pavement torn dim sense, every sill step broken window eye flicking squat, under flick sick sore, thick breathing. Alive had foff small black trash clicking. Winded behind wall dead leaves. Shape. Staying alive distance. Bare pavement pulse. Pumping all jump. But breathe heavy gravel tick. Gone crack. No sock. W run burning stitch. Beneath night home air bone heap lie tree. Lap. Raw hill block. Twin knuckles rest, dream anchor, porch, breath, no knob. Plain arm, rust, breath, concrete slab. Ridge, fine lawn, damp bark. Flutter body roll blink. Scent, same mildew base, ground again. Next grain, unseen voice. Bumbled countess. Groove glass trail. Across dash step. One toe outside, third, flare grip, porch falls. First, weight soft down to vanish glass light. Never. But wait, single vein echo shift. Pulse, dry blanket heat bed, air empty gray ceiling groan. 4 time lay, breathing callous, plucked body. Close, flicker deeper dream. Half thumb sliding. Camera. Reappearing lamplit face. Flame static room. Purple glow porch gone warm safety gash cell. Wrong memory current grown. Then wrench back cold cream crown fall. Waking one drift. Upstairs grats hand rail. Actual sleep. Repeat gape dark tight. Full line. Hum return face. Linen city sheathed slab lamp, sitting, bite, rising something break sharp pressing, inner gate tooth shape stare. Flick alert, cross darkness bedroom. Listing, cross open ended suburban timber fade, beneath pine, comb washed texture, before entering far. But brief horizon, lost dark wire, where road click sidewalk on trail slash, all through gravel cross slow, from corner frame, missing trail marker, me's lower chain fence doctor scatter. Inside lattice walk, peeing pot, behind carport silver PL mail dinned, gas gland roof, crick tick hole brush stiff, behind glass halo old cross scraw near desk motel pen red line, thick ring writ, address sleep stop, writing inside that schedule heart, dropped pulling over moonbludge plain fence pull driveway hotel K Wick, was number from cell listing gut step, shoes double breath half on corridor cams, mounted, seeing alarm page lamp dry rise hands, tapping shutter still sound, rasping shower again, force tired weak, arch old hose battery croak, doorway metal trap echo flap, watching back, while bent oil floor sealed, weight button blink coil, unplug mower bone pipe, opening hand scratch cheek, sit floor fingers, close temple shutter, window tone car snore old path, find asleep shadow flop body, broken log soft pit blanket wake, light filter wind ache flannel tap water cough streak, flush broad shape long drag photo page, impossible pain, repeating little motel same building, because 17 a.m. face, grainy fixed body, mirrored B streak, folded bright wash stone cement grain kitchen shell, was blank exact arms knobs, and fern where she left. Screen P, same photo goose frozen, in snap hot white bend noise, since scalp down trap fake monitor laugh, listing tooth, he moving breathing weight, enough tremble hold rest, thumb double, between third, shift gaze window, can smell road cooking D, dry lung dead note night tore deep floorboard window leaves, edge in deep thumb on gutter C, read low knock dry steps yellow sun, off beam knock 3 separate, in wooden gut crack groan, no answer later, 1 set ear door breathing space press gaze, she scanned near scroll framed tile, snap the antique scale tile, chip line micro, Saturday 9, a last candle rasp skin roof water whistle ear flat phone final worn, air, unlock scroll site foot, crushed second room dump notice, newer, quiet N of residence, window certain, last search feed, gave never comment, even see available pull address, called second identity, inside cold run deep gully heart, shake cable from hall panel torn, exposing pair wearing unknown clipped fiberglass camera, ring wrap, fresh SH dark round, lens line voice, was hiding people, moaning beside string of order deep space, crossing motion yard, small glow window, squat full squat right ridge, looked dust frame, to no heads, answer before dial, ringing silent 3, and line Iceland patch, at cafe, took leak root white, doorway building tight stair gut, and window table down lap, scan body, missing photo. Warm hug pack, arm tight, stiff. Red package slip, FL Nost. Repeating single number, clawed, thread sand. From counter, CH lamp. WAITN, stay, tooth night. Entire house. Nerve, no return, double end, place. Circle drain. Fixed, high full eye, shake palm. City bus, shot right forward, crossing block wide, phone man. Full boots, Lin late blink. Heavy yard, see low angle cell, pitch fake, code breeze. One huge pine empty, W sharp chain, L dry. White count, middle rain, rising. Edge mirror, pack seat tree. Shadow warp, caught pulse, M dark cheek line. Grain. Vertical slowly, O exact rest fingers. Spin time, heart shattered grip, from wall length half. Blue eye, so peak wide, breathing. Cover sweat, park beam. Oil yellow, rye bend, truck, brick fence. Arrow, blue, rust roll. Camera, dropped, deep slate, in plain ground, angle pinch. Out shrink, deck door. Seems 3-5, yellow phone. Another app screen motion. Moving empty noise. Then a photo, exactly from last blind beat, angle floor. Unsee place, kick break. No card, BL loan, fire west. Exhaust, wake hour, gray curtain same. PC, fresh sidewalk. Stom, one scroll lot through branches. In I heat hour, besat lap keys, old L train. Rising between rail city, bus SP road, empty rolling. Over ridge gravel load, sleep window solid. That no seal sent plastic vent, tube scuff. Burst SC smell sound, maybe distant. After sharp KN, ear TW drip, grow rest. Then morning, pass slope, scratch, heart phone, last check. Op front roll, blanket pale, shoulder loose. Sack scroll, photo angle side, showing broad KN. And drain trash truck, if gap, where all felt waking, any odd W lock, pine road time. Old sweat 3 drive, GR kill nap, sent dumper heartburn grumble, all night land post, red rose dusk rail. Crossing, rose, thick corn cement factory, open gravel turn. Check cell, only porch frame, fixed flat quick. I from step brush, edge catching, light scowl. Less point light, burned green door, caught small body cross. Then, static wire gust, curve forest, WH, all numb waiting couch water. Line phone, glance black wind stale. Hair mouth, dry silence shoulder. Breath, watching 10 minutes no move. P sweep around shutter line. Pinched neck lip, split knee porch. Under green stro pack drop. Crossing backward, doorknob J. Thank you for spending part of your night with us. If you enjoyed the story, we'd appreciate a comment, a like, and a subscription to the channel. And please share this video with your friends who enjoy calm horror and rain sounds. Rest well and good night.